Good afternoon, folks. We are back with more Darkest Dungeon 2. I hope that you guys have had a wonderful day. I had a delayed start, but we're gonna have some fun. So let's get to it. I think we had just... Are we mid-run? I think we're mid-run. We're going towards the lungs.
The provinces and cantrevs of
We've
our
got
land,
one region till the mountain.
crumbling and undone.
We got a little owlet. We killed the harvest child and got bumper crop. We also have flapjacks. Flapjack creation.
Reconfigure. Meet each challenge on its own terms.
Ilias, hi.
One learns quickly when survival demands it.
Happy MILF Day. Ooh, I don't... Oh. See, when I think of Happy Mother's Day, I think of my mother. And I don't want to think of my mother in that context. So... Might be your favorite wig yet? You know, I really like it. If it wasn't... You know, getting this as actual hair would be an absolute pill, and it would only look good for, like, I don't know, a week or something. But that's where wigs are for. But we also have a few more colors. So, got a lot to look forward to for future wig days, including today.
Conventional fare,
Taken care of?
but fairly priced.
Cheap, too cheap.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly.
Don't think I want that. Did I feed them already? No, I have not. Anyone have... Oh. Yeah, I don't want you to have a weak hold on life. I'd say your hold on life is still quite weak. You won't drink. Despite all the circumstances. I mean, come on. That's right, and you don't like stitching kits because you're squeamish and you don't like booze. Totally reasonable. He'll probably smoke pipeweed and probably will like poetry. I think they're the only people that have a less than stellar reputation with each other. So Para and Bara. Doesn't like booze? Sacrilege. No, not everyone likes it, and that's perfectly fine. But if it's the one thing that's going to keep you having a good relationship in a time of crazy eldritch horror, maybe, you know, at least, you know, take a little sip for the group. Note, Dame endorses bad things. Oh, by the way, I had fajitas for lunch, which also means I had a margarita for lunch. So be already good. What kind of fajitas? Chicken. Very nice. I like them. They're quite good. So we can go to the Shroud or the Sprawl. Guess we're gonna go to the Sprawl. I don't particularly mind this loadout, and there's just gonna be lots of candles. And I don't particularly want to go and fight the giant Mer lady. Should I go fight the giant Mer lady? I think I could probably do it. Geode, hi. You like the makeup hair today? Do it? Okay. What we're trying to do is go through Act 1 through 5 with this team.
And secrets.
So hopefully we can manage. I don't want to be like safe while playing though, because where's the fun in that? You think you're gonna get this game? Well, I plan on doing a giveaway for 2 keys. Probably the first one
Tried and tested.
about an hour into the stream or so is my guess, and then the second 2 hours after that. So you can go ahead and buy it if you wanna. But if you want a chance at winning, there you go. What do you have to do to enter? At some point I will open up just that list thing I do, !open for the mods when I say to do that. And then you just do join, and then y'all be able to. Like when I did the queue for the Borderlands. All you need to do is send Dame your firstborn? Oh, I don't want your firstborn. Absolutely not. No, that means I'm rearing children.
Propriety floats listless on the tide.
You're able to do what you want. I don't want them.
Degradation.
Dan's in. Hi. How's it going? Okay, can I go to here, then right, and then I'll still be able to hit up an oasis. Okay.
The destinations.
I never said it had to be. I need firstborn, so it never said it had to be your firstborn. I mean, that's a good loophole. I just respect a good loophole, you know? Zach Tank, hi. How's my day today? Oh, my day was good. I had a nice time. Continuing to have a nice time. Hope y'all are as well.
Scavenge what you can, and be off once more.
tried loading this on the Steam Deck, but the controls
The
are
lost souls
tricky.
of a dying
Oh.
world, empty of hope and humanity.
No thanks, Brock. I don't need any blood.
A master stroke.
Yeah. So I think the resources. That resource is fairly abundant. You're on
Hold fast,
Twitch.
for who knows what lurks in the beyond.
Rude. I didn't call you all virgins. I said I was looking for that blood. I don't think if I put out a calling card, people would really have a problem.
Abandoned or
I
forgotten.
don't think I'd have a problem finding
It is
it.
ours now.
I don't need it though. Oh, and just so it's said, today is Wig Day Sunday. We do this on Sunday, so I have at this point like 14 wigs, which is, I think I should probably stop at some point, because at some point, you know, it's you have so many options that you just have too many options, you can't decide. But just so it said, there's the pin message and exclamation point wigs for all the colors, but you can spend, and generally speaking, $10 in some form or fashion. So whether it's a sub and you do 500 bits or 2 gift subs or whatever, I'll swap to whatever wig you want. And we have this gray ombre, a silver long-haired one, a light pink ombre. Ombre is going from one color to another color. In these cases, it's darker roots and then goes out. A rainbow colored one. We have a natural redhead, a wine redhead, and then like a candy apple redhead. A like bright pink, a bright orange, a bright blue, bright purple, a teal, a black, and then a like white blonde ombre. Also exclamation point wigs, because that is that lists all the colors. Says that next week will be 3 new wigs. Well, I haven't ordered anymore, so it would be really surprising if that occurred.
This unkempt study evokes a feeling of the familiar, does it not?
Wine.
Your coach is laden. You can carry no more.
Giveaway indeed. I've got some codes I got from Red Hook for Darkest Dungeon 2 on Steam, so did I age overnight? I did. Yep. Full day? Yep, I aged a full day from yesterday. One day closer
Early
to
results
death.
are encouraging.
How do you qualify for the giveaway? When I guess essentially I'm going to at some point say, hey guys, do XYZ command to join the giveaway, and then I'll give it some number of minutes, and then I'll say, okay, I'm going to draw. You just have to be here.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Archoi, or Archeo. That's it. Archeo. Thanks for your follow and welcome. Was that Dame knowing lyrics to a song? Probably not.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
You need to be here for when I announce it, do whatever the thing I announce is, and then be here.
This work is noble.
Yeah, be here to win it.
Necessary.
And is it for Darkest Dungeon 2? It is. Seymour, you. Hi. How are you doing? Only shoulders. Ooh.
I trust you have calculated your odds carefully. This will not be easy.
Okay, so we're gonna go fight this big old fish lady. Ooh, got flapjacks. Everybody loves flapjacks.
Analysis is invaluable.
Oh, does it
until
say on here?
Becomes an excuse for inaction.
Everybody loves flapjacks. I love that it has flavor text. Box,
This is a
I hope you're
den
doing
of
well.
Absolute evil and wretchedness. Prepare yourself. The Church of the Change. An inglorious heap of rotting timbers.
Meglo, hi. Good to see me on a weekend. Well, I stream on weekends. Granted, you might be busy in the mornings or sleep in. Oh, whatever. Can I normally stream?
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Yeah, no, Moo, thanks for your follow and welcome. How are you doing?
Measure out your violence, then apply it judiciously. A slow dissection, an unavoidable end.
Sorry. Wrong way.
One less obstacle in our path.
Advance. I don't remember if the big fish lady's hands grab attack is considered a movement, or a debuff. I think it's a debuff, actually. Because you can resist it, and it pops up. My top looks so cool. Ah. One. Robe. Robe. But, I was gonna say, yeah, it's really neat. I got it, and I like it, and I want to show it off. Hold your riz. Should you make sure you don't already have the game before entering the giveaway? It's Darkest Dungeon 2, so I'm going to go on a... You don't have to prove to me that you don't own the game. It's just... I'm not a really large content creator, you know? By most standards. So, if you already have Darkest Dungeon 2, let someone else win it that wants to enjoy it. You know? That's how I'd like for things to go. Gift it to a friend. I mean, I guess if you win it and you're gonna just sell it or something. I don't know. It's a giveaway. I'm gonna give you the code, and then you're gonna do what you will with it. Yeah. Or it's very fashionable. Thank you. I'm not a large content creator. I'm only 160 centimeters. Is that really small? Like, physically size? I don't know how tall that is. Thought I was 250. I don't... 5'2"? No, I'm 5'6". I am 1.67 meters.
And effective.
$167. 250 is 8'2". I'm not Lady Dimitrescu. No. Ooh, look at this sodden sweater. Just like it saying it because it's fun. Ooh, I like that. It's nice. Okie dokie. So, off we pop. Look at this big fish lady.
See that their monstrous god is mortal.
Lady, how can you tell?
Let us take a closer look at the thing, as repulsive as it is.
I don't know.
Observe the subject carefully, and you will discover its
I don't know.
weaknesses.
but I'm going with it anyways. Happy spawn point day. Happy spawn point day to you too. It's handsy time. Resist! Hug your spawn points while you can. Okay, that's good.
In crisis, we can rely only upon each other.
Nice! The respect. This is
Steady yourself.
a pretty good fight. Let's be honest, this went rather well. It's going way too well. Thank you. Boudica got grabbed again. But it's all good! Hat trick. I don't know what these achievements are. Catch and
An inkling of
decease?
potency still lingers in some
and
of
like
these
catch and release.
well-worn relics.
I think hat trick is
The loathing
get
whispers.
3 broskies. Achievables. Did I play Darkest Dungeon 1? Very much so. If so, what are my thoughts compared to Darkest Dungeon 2? So the way I put them out is that Darkest Dungeon 1 and Darkest Dungeon 2 are siblings. They have the same DNA. They were raised by the same folks, and they're a bit different from each other. Darkest Dungeon 2 is more traditionally part of like the roguelike genre, where each mission only takes, you know, in this case probably 3-5 hours for one full run, one act. The first one being the shortest. The first act. And Darkest Dungeon 1, it's got more of like a long time span feel to it. So whether or not you'll like one more than the other, it kind of probably depends on the person. So if you like more traditional roguelites, you'll probably like this one more. Or if you didn't like the city building aspect and the city management aspect, I say city management loosely, you know, making sure that your people, you up your buildings while also still having enough money to get gear for your next run and all that. If you didn't like that aspect, it's gone. So I think they both share the same degree of polish as this game. Obviously, the art is still on point, and this time it's 3D. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The sound design is great. Character design is great. The gameplay is still really solid. It is same enough to feel like Darkest Dungeon and different enough to be a sequel. It's really good. Is this a game from that the sub and follow voices is from? Yes and no, Mike. The sub and follow voice is Wayne June, who is the narrator. But I went to Wayne June and paid him to do custom follow alerts and all sorts of stuff for me because I love Darkest Dungeon. Hence Darkest Dame. I'm a bit of a fangirl. What can I say? So.
A fated outcome.
I don't... More than a bit, you'd say? Can you tell? Cryptwalker, hi. How's it going? I guess I don't need these. I'm wondering if I want when hit the debuffs or every turn. I don't think I want the every turn. I think I want the debuffs. I can do the creature den if I go over to the academic study. We'll do the creature den. So there, where this is from? Yes. Also nice that I have special voicing for my channel. Yeah, I should probably also add some of the awesome lines from the game in. I mean, you know, people do that all the time, but I wanted to make sure that all my official stuff was, you know, no one else's.
A monument to a
so I couldn't get into any legal trouble. Same reason why I don't generally play music in the background for games or anything. Shit. I could always learn to play the guitar, and then I could record my own background music. Easy. No. I think no would be the way I'd go about that. Script Skeleton, hi. How's it going? It's going great. I'm having a fine time. We should change the wig out, though. Should I do a wheel for the change out, or I just choose one of the new ones? Or if someone wants to do the thing. New ones first. Choose a new one. Okay. You want to see how bad they're gonna look? Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, my soul. Red? No, 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 no. You already chose Brock. You want to see how terrible all my new wigs look. Eh. I had to pick the worst one. So this is my rainbow wig. It's actually really quite comfortable. And it doesn't have any, all the shades are thankfully the shortest of vibe. Though I like it. And I like that the it's like layered and not just like giant chunks, but it, I mean, I don't know. I think it's nice. The gray, the black, the red, the blue fits me best. I do agree with that clip. If I was gonna go, if you were like, Dane, one of your wigs is now your hair, magic, whatever, what would I choose? It's probably that one I was just wearing because I really like it. I think it looks great. That one or the wine red is also quite nice. Anyhow, shrink. But I think this one's nice. It's not, and none of the colors, what I was saying was none of the colors are vibrant enough to where my chroma key picks it up. So they're all, you know, a thing. But box, yeah, I have 4 new wigs. So I have this one, that ombre gray one I was wearing earlier, then a true silver, and a new like pale pink. I don't know if I want to use this all the time, but I'm going to try it out for a smidge.
Your collection can wait. Press onward.
I like how you're like, my collection can wait. You didn't even really want me to move before, narrator.
They prostrated themselves before the primogenial power of the obelisks, and were rewarded for their supplication.
And if you're wondering about all the colors, exclamation point wigs, we'll tell you all the colors. The pink wasn't so glossy. I think the pink was pretty damn glossy. The first bunch of wigs I got were all from like Party City, and so none of them have any like realistic look to them. They all look and feel like just pure plastic.
Sharpen your blades, that we may properly excise our portion.
Excise the portion! Spoolers. Archeo, yeah, me too. And, well, me too. I really, really enjoyed the first game. Enough to theme my entire channel after it. At least name-wise.
Agony by accumulation.
Whatnot. I also got the board game, which is actually really good and comes with absolutely fuck tons of minis that I need to paint. But I'm scared because I have literally no painting expertise. If only I, instead of sinking all my money into Magic, I had it sunk it into 40K.
Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
No one noticed? No one noticed what? Oh, wig choices. Oh my god. Dame's a Magic nerd? I was. I played Magic the Gathering, from... Let's see. About 2010 to... Probably played it for about 9 years. The first year or two was like super casual. You know, just like build decks out of stuff with, and then play friends and super casuals. And then I went to college and met a really, like, the college I went to had a good group of Magic players who did a lot of tournaments and stuff. So then I started doing F&Ms and got really into it for the next, like, 6 years plus. Basically right before the pandemic. I kind of just lost interest, you know? And at this point, I am looking to sell out of Magic. Dame wants to sell out. Yeah, I'm a sellout, y'all.
A simple solution.
Oh, you poor individual cask. Yeah, I've got, I don't have anything, like, alpha. I think technically I have a beta sinkhole. I say technically because words are bothersome. But I have duels, revised duels, mostly, and then some other good staples of Legacy. Modern and Legacy were my preferred formats, and they are not doing so hot. So I figure it's probably best if I get rid of all my stuff beforehand. You know, if I can get rid of magic cards and end up paying for a roof. Did I get rid of the mats? No. Not yet, at least. I have lots of play mats. The ones I got from winning. Dude, I did so much winning.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Nice, dissector. Archeo, yeah, that's my thought. That's my plan, is to kind of buy some unpainted, generic things, just like a set of 5 spiders or something, you know. And I've been looking at what types of paints are not exactly the easiest to work with, but provide, or like the cheapest rather, but like provide really good results. And there's this one, I can't remember, I looked it up probably around January. Painting Stream Win. Honestly, like, I've got stuff I need to do right now, but I'm really interested in doing just like chill painting streams. So I like want to do it. I just don't know when I will. Because I really enjoyed those sorting cards on stream that I did a while back. That was enjoyable.
The loathing abates.
Yeah, we can't see Trisha again? Trisha? Who, what is Trisha?
Though decidedly inconvenient, at least we know what's coming. Stumbling and grasping. Shadows of what they once were.
Oh. Trisha the bunny lady? Did you name? My playmat? Did you name this lady Trisha? Okay, I did not realize you had named her. By the way, y'all, if you're wanting one of those like extra large mouse pads, look at playmats. I don't know which one's cheaper or not, but you might be able to find some if you like a certain aesthetic or just a blank color. You might be able to find them either cheaper or more expensive. I legitimately do not know. But if you look for playmats versus mouse pads, because this one's really nice. It's got stitched sides. I got it custom done, or maybe not custom, but this is a magic card. It's called Gifts Given. It's awesome, and I love it. It's also kind of expensive, the card, and it's a it's my favorite creature type, Moonfolk. Called Trisha. I'm not debating that it's not called Trisha.
A slow dissection.
I was saying what card it was from. That's important. In case anyone wanted to procure a Trisha for themselves. You cut yours from a 4x4 piece of rubber. That's A-okay. If I ever want to change this one out, I've got plenty.
Subtraction, an invariable result.
I'll probably keep the playmats just because they're, you know, reminders of tournaments I've won, things I bought, conquests. Oh, so many conquests. Your mouse pad is old, like 10 years. Your mouse pad is an anime butt, so you have a built-in wrist rest. I've seen those. Most recently, I saw one that was like a Pepe with little cheeky, ooh, big old frog face with a butt. I don't know what to think about that
Success.
one. I really don't. You don't play mini card games, but your playmats still see use as mouse pads. Exactly. They're great mouse pads.
A simple choice. At least it should be.
A fight or no fight? It really doesn't matter, so we'll go with the one with the fight. That also has a candle. Incridian, hello and good afternoon. Stop myself from saying good morning. Good job, me. I need a new wrist rest. Mine is one of these that came with an old keyboard. It's technically, I'm using a 10 keyless, and it is yay much of unused. Hence, my wrist has worn a hole in it, which makes it wildly uncomfortable, but still better than not having it. So, I need to do something about this, but I don't know how to go about it. If you have any suggestions, let me know.
On to the next. The enemy weakens and wanes.
Imagine having wrist rests. Well, it's a pretty tall keyboard. Oh, there goes some of my stuff. Need to have little sticky pads. No, sticky pads. They make foam rubber replacements. Well, I don't want it to feel like gross, but I guess if it's meant to be on your wrist, it shouldn't. I just worry. Damn it! Why'd you have to be a braggart?
Captive by fear. Stumbling and stupefied. A trivial worriment. Cut down these nightmares and blaze the trail to your redemption.
I want to forego the likelihood of carpal tunnel for as long as I can. It's also a fabulous reason to play at nicely high DPI. Is that right? Yeah. I think right. Wow, no one's having a good time. Shadowy. That one.
The loathing whispers.
You still prefer my own hair? I mean, I do too. I do this for a change of pace. Something a little new. Just like, I still prefer my hair curly, but, you know, it's fun to have my hair be straight sometimes. It's fun to put, it's so weird to be bobs. Because my hair was kind of like this when I was a child, except it was more under my ear, so it was shorter. And my bangs were more a giant block versus little pieces.
A parody of human
You still prefer red? My hair's got nothing on ginger. I'll accept that. Archeo, that is mostly correct. Your characters between runs don't really carry over. They kind of do. So when your character kills a boss and successfully does it, they'll get this little token behind them, and you can unlock memories. One memory, which is some type of small buff for each one. If that group fails to complete the dungeon, either by failing to get a layer head or dying, they lose the memories and become just a blank version of themselves. But so like Barristan here has completed the 2. So as Para, Audrey has not. So I want to get this team from Act 1 through Act 5. And Audrey died to the lungs in Act 2 last time, so I went back and I completed the brain to get Audrey to have 1, and then I'm going through, and right now we're going to go face the lungs.
measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
It's a man-at-arms memory, right? Not a Barristan memory. All man-at-arms are Barristan. All plague doctors are Para. All grave robbers are Audrey. All Hellions are Buddha. Unless you change their name. They are always named these names in Darkest Dungeon 2. So, you know, I'm all about Boudica. Because I never change your name. But instead of the first one, you cannot have a set of 4 Hellions. And if my Boudica dies in the first zone, she'll be replaced by someone at the next time you encounter an inn. But they will never be replaced with a duplicate of the rest of your party, and they will never be replaced with another Hellion. And it's random, so, you know, hopefully it's not your healer, and you get no healer.
A breakthrough.
Do I know who the real Boudica is? Yes. Queen of... I mean, I'm gonna say England. But you know what I mean. Fended off the... Queen of the Celts? Maybe? Something around those lines. Defended off the Romans? Yeah. Oh! Damn, I was really hoping she'd dodge. Yeah, I know this information thanks to civilization.
A calculated generosity. But a
Freaking
welcome
Death Door,
one, nonetheless.
right? I fucking swear. Death Door's so bothersome for enemies. Story's intense, lots of vengeance. I don't, can you rephrase that without the first part, Casket? Sorry. I just don't want to open a discussion. I learned yesterday. Just deny things. Otherwise, we're going to be talking about dolphins. If you were there, you're there. No, I don't want to talk about dolphins. Post on Discord? Yay. Oh, no, you don't. I meant what he said. I didn't mean the dolphin video. No.
The enemy weakens and wanes. unpleasant in the extreme.
Some like to deny history.
This work is
I mean, I
noble
just don't want to
and necessary.
have it be a whole point of discussion for the next 20 minutes.
The loathing of
That where I'm
babes.
the only one having to like talk with my face in the camera in the thing. A lot of people get upset about a lot of things, and things get taken out of context a lot of times. And I like to be the not person that does that and have things. Named her queen after successfully killing the Romans. Good shit. And I don't think I like this very much. I think I'm gonna go back to +1 dealt. We are about to be at the mountain.
We would come here in summers
God,
of years
what?
gone to write, think, and rest.
That's a lot of negatives. Bad digestion. Hummer. Also hums a tune. Sworn off the bottle? No! But I just got wine! Oh, he's no longer... He's back on the bottle, though. Good.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Are inns the new camping mechanic? Inns are the new in-between mechanic, yes. Clumsy Goblin, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. So here at the inn, one, you have inn-related items, including food, which you can give to your folks. You can also alter what's on your cart.
Plan accordingly.
So it's important to do that.
Experimentation. Your academic instincts serve you well.
Choose where you're gonna go. You can train up your skills. So instead of going to a town and then, you know, changing someone's armor and weapons and training up their skills, there's just the default state and then this enhanced state. There's only, you know, 2. So Iron Swan does this when buffed, or the top part is the normal and the bottom part is the buff part. Also, Iron Swan targets to give a combo. I didn't know that, or notice that. The amount of points you get is essentially based on your previous route. So, in general, more combats is more tokens, and more difficult combats are more tokens. Mastery points. Enter these things. More better. There you go. Exactly. Exactly. And as opposed to Darkest Dungeon 1, your characters have 5 skills instead of 4. But they don't gain access to all 5. They don't gain access to all of their skills, only 5 skills at the beginning. The other 5, you, or 6 rather, you have to go through and find hero shrines and unlock their memories. And I think... Okay.
The contract is struck.
Mike, thank you very, very much for your 2-month resub. I really appreciate it. So, I'm opening up what's it's gonna call the queue. Exclamation point join to join the queue for adding your name to the list for the giveaway. Note, if you don't get a at back from Nightbot, your name probably wasn't added. I'm not doing it immediately. We're going to do this over a short time. Nightbot is kind of slow at it. I should have a better system in place. I will show off all the lists of the names before we do our thing. What I'm going to be doing is doing Google random number generator and going to go 1 through however many people join the list, and thusly we will get our thing. So I'm sorry. I should be better, but I'm not.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
If you want to make sure your name is on the list, you can click that link that Blue's brought up, or do exclamation point list, and there's gonna be a list. So there you go. Let's see, Mike, thank you very much for your resub.
The contract
Nexus,
is
thank you for your
struck.
follow and for your Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I know you can spend that Prime anywhere, so it means a lot spending that here with me. I hope you enjoy your emote, sub badge, and ad-free content. Still love me? Thank you. It's not you joining, but is it sub only? No. You just need to be here when I do the drawing. And I'll need you to be like, when I'm like, oh hey, Script Skeleton won! I'll need you to be like, I won, yay! We'll probably do the drawing in the next 10 minutes or so I can make sure that people have joined, since I'm doing it in a terrible fashion. So, yeah. We should have looked for a better way. I mean, if you want to look for a better way, we can redo the whole shenanigans. Or we can do better shenanigans for part 2. But I'm kind of, like many times, I'm ill-prepared.
The contract is struck.
Yay! What is being given away? Darkest Dungeon 2. So if you already own Darkest Dungeon 2, I mean, you can still get another copy, I guess. Choo-choo.
Choo-choo. The train begins to move.
But we will be, yeah, it's just, I've got 2 keys from Red Hook. And so I, well, want to use them.
Anything that lets us travel further is worth the cost. A smoother ride. For a time at least.
And I don't think I want any of the trinkets. Weird. Okay, there it is.
Inadequate, as expected.
That's me. Yeah. If you want to join the giveaway, exclamation point join. If you're wondering if you're part of the giveaway, exclamation point list, this is the list. If your name is not one of these 18 people, it didn't quite work for you. Just be patient with Nightbot and my poor execution of things. Or not, I guess you don't have to be. You can be, oh no, I moved a thing. Where did it go? Oh, that's kind of neat. Sorry, I messed up something on OPS. But I digress. Kill some bad guys. We're working on it. I gotta make them eat pancakes and stuff. Well, Mike, thank you very much for 250 bits. I really appreciate it. Let's see. With your resub and 250, another 250, you get to decide what week you want. Note your resubs count for weekday, Sunday, so whatever. That you want. Any? Oh, what? Human para. Have a DM? Okay. Oh, I forgot. Choo-choo in Hype 2.
Choo-choo.
I swear.
Fueled by hype. It gathers momentum.
I've got more brain cells in the morning. They're not all awake, but I feel like they're more there. Pink one? Okay. You don't know? Well, you know nothing, Brock. They feel as dead as usual. Hey, your sauce, your sass rather, hurts my soul. Remember, exclamation point join if you want to win a Darkest Dungeon 2 key. It will be on Steam, by the way. Oh, ow, stabbing me in the eye. Do not do that. You like this one? I look like I watch anime. I feel animu right now, I must say. Also, I mean, I don't watch much anymore. I did watch a lot. Now I don't really watch any. but I do read a copious amounts of typically not manga but manhwa, which is the Korean version. Also manhwa, the Chinese version, spelled different, look like they pronounce the same, but I don't know. Animu, yeah.
Ooh.
Is that an insult or a compliment? Compliment? My outfit's top notch. Well, I'm glad you like. Pair Buddha and Audrey. Oh, she's sworn off the bottle, but guess what, y'all? Wine. Apparently not booze. Sorry, I do this for this game because I like it. And I know it's out of early access, but I don't care, damn it. I like this game and I want it to succeed. Swearing off the bottle means you graduated to drinking the keg. It's fine. The wine is in a box. I'm not on the bottle again. Is wig day? It is Tangent. See, she doesn't like it. Choo choo, you're the conductor. Yeah, you are. Three liters of wine should last a day or two.
Listen. Practice. Improve.
Honestly, they're all at like max, right? Boudica and Audrey are not, so we'll get them chocolates. Only +1. Aight, fine. Storybook? Ooh, -1. Alright. Chocolates. Love each other, damn it. No,
Something to
Poetry.
ease the rigors of the road.
Beautiful. Look at their beautiful natural relationship. Okay, I'm gonna do the next, or the first, I guess, drawing soon. So if you haven't already joined, !join. If you're like, I don't know if I've joined or not, I've got 19 entries. So do exclamation point list. You can see the list of people. First monk, you'll need to do it again. You don't know what you're joining. You're joining in for a list to win Darkest Dungeon 2. If you already have it, yeah. Exclamation point leave. Someone on the internet.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Always listen to the people on the internet. How could they ever steer you wrong? Alright, we're going off, I guess now.
Come what may.
There you go. Lime Lover, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. Yep, this is a full team that loves each other.
Still beats. Desire will never die. Tried and tested.
Can't wait to tell the Nigerian prince if you win. You know, prince or no, you'll probably like this game. It's super fun. Your gaming computer is not the latest, so you let the others have a chance to win instead. Mike, this game does not take much to run. That's one absolutely gorgeous thing, singular, about a lot of these type of indie titles. They are not all that intensive. You're cooking on the grill, so every time you leave and come back, I have a different hair color on. That's the point of Sundays. And it's just on Sundays. Normally, my hair is black.
At last, the great ziggurat. Temple of failure and regret.
Oh, good. Doesn't run on Mac. Oh. That's unfortunate, but I praise you for leaving and then, you know, instead of, I don't know, getting the code and then like selling it or something. And you're not dealing with a virtual machine. Very fair. They have Steam on multiple PCs, that's correct.
The infinite emptiness of the void.
Oh, no, you were talking about the requirements. You need a 5090 and 128 gigs. This game is like smaller than like 10. To avoid. Back in my day, we measured our games in kilobytes. Kilobytes, I say.
A slow
Kilobytes no longer.
an unavoidable end.
For that reenactment, my pleasure. Your first computer had 8 kilobytes of memory. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of info for my first family.
Deadly all the same.
Kilobits, I say.
Tangent, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate them.
A slow suffering begins.
Cut down these nightmares and blaze the trail to your redemption.
So we'll do the drawing after I beat the lungs. Because that's totally gonna happen. I'm not gonna die before that. So again, if you want to win Darkest Dungeon 2, exclamation point join.
Behold,
The source of the stain.
And
Gateway to
we'll win
incomprehensible
lungs, do drawing.
emptiness.
I'll then go get drink because my drink is empty. We'll change wig. Yeah, sounds
The seething sigh.
good stuff.
Stertorous avatar of ill-concealed rage.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to.
The mind's grasp grows tenuous.
Yeah. Have a shallow breath on this one. Thank you. One of the other people have to do
The
that.
fiend's
You're going to-
strength dwindles.
Do that. Enough? It is enough. Fabulous.
A master stroke.
Deep breath. Bullshit.
Collaboration confers advantage.
awash in turmoil.
Oh no, he got locked in place.
And now, the greatest test
Please don't
of
die.
all.
Oh, thank the Lord.
There is comfort in company.
Good dodge. J Graham, thanks for your follow. Is there another darkest dungeon at the end of this game or something else? You face the mountain. Yeah, after we're done with this, we'll do a giveaway, so if you're curious about having the game, !join. But the final boss is just whatever the boss is of Act 5, which is, I'll name the name, it's Body of Work. Yeah, she said butt. Thanks. Pangolin, I am finding it exceptionally enjoyable. Honestly, I really, really like Darkest Dungeon. Not that big a surprise, probably, but I think the game is amazing in so many ways.
Well done. What is it then? That gazes
It has
back
such a
so
high
intently
degree
from
of
the
polish. The art direction is great. The sound design, fabulous. Just left, right, and center, it does a very good job.
Compassion quiets the howling mind.
If it looks fairly easy, I do want to mention that I have been playing the game since it came out in early access over a year ago, or around a year ago. You know, I've got a few hundred hours in, so 100 hours into this one, and then everything else I have into the first game. So I may be a little bit better equipped. Overqualified? Best suited? Well, I also have everything unlocked. So, you know, I've got all of the passive buffs for the characters. You know, done. Damn. Pro. Have to kill it. It's only 43. I should be able to do it. As long as these blind chances don't horribly fuck me up.
Mistimed. Misdirected.
Oh boy, what? Are you oh boying the fact that I decided to just say
This
fuck it?
road cannot be
Are you
walked
thinking
alone.
that may end up in me horribly regretting my decisions and my entire team dying?
Hold fast.
Why would you
For
think
who knows
that?
what lurks in the beyond.
Don't be ridiculous. This could never come back to bite me. Wouldn't dream of it.
A warrior's death. Redemptive and transcendent.
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Nothing can survive such a wholesale, organic failure. teetering on that terrible precipice.
Your fault
See?
not in burying
Nothing
the two,
went wrong.
but in thinking they would accept such a fate.
John will have to wait. No, I
The flame
won.
grows stronger.
And I'll do the drawing. There's 21 of y'all. The whole team didn't make it. How am I going to proceed? Exactly how I went along with when Audrey died. I go back to the start. Act 1, Area 1. Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Thank you, Ronald. Thank you. I appreciate your discourse in this conversation. I'm glad we could have this talk. Damn it, man!
A
Damn
testament
it!
of skill.
Hi, y'all. OMG, you won? No, I haven't started yet. With the stupidness. Okay. I'll give y'all the next 60 seconds to
Another
join in.
traveler
Exclamation point
seeks
join.
refuge.
Lorenzo, thanks for your follow. In case you want to do the thing, you'll be winning Darkest Dungeon 2. Then blah blah blah. So, if you haven't already joined, this game.
Another traveler seeks
Ronald
refuge.
McNoggin, thank you for your follow and welcome. Not sure what shocked your mailman more, the fact that you came to the door completely naked, or the fact that I knew where he lived. That's not creepy at all. Welcome, Shaolin. I hope you're having a wondrous time. Okie dokie.
The contract is struck.
Queue is now closed. Rigged. It's rigged. It's always been rigged. It always will be rigged. Quillzone, thank you very much for gifting out a sub over to Shaolin. I really appreciate it. Alright. So, display capture. We have the list. We have the random numbers 1 through 22. So, this is how we're going to do this. Generate 20. Lime Lover. Are you here? I need you to say some words, or at least type some words. An emote will do, and we'll get that out to you. You know, after my stream. You're here? Congratulations! You got yourself a key to Darkest Dungeon. Again, I will send that your way after my stream. As long as you allow for things, I'm just gonna go ahead and send you a whisper as long as that sings. Test. Yes. Okay. So I'll go ahead and send that to you afterwards, but I just want to make sure that that was an open form of communication, so I'll send it to you through blah 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 on Twitch, as long as that's okay. Anywho, congrats. Let's give him a round of applause, everybody. Good job.
Incredible.
Okay. And so, aside from that, I need to get myself a drink. I hope you guys will graciously allow me to do that. I will be back shortly. Y'all just chillax for a minute. Those of you who are newer or whatnot, wig time. There's a pinned post. Mods can tell you about it. Stage 2. I am trying to get from Act 1 to Act 5 with characters, but I'm not really being careful because why would I be? You know, that's lame. Careful's so lame. So, I've lost some characters, so I'm gonna go back to Act 1 to start again. But that is that. So the brain's an easy fight. It's only about an hour and a half-ish. But we're gonna go get ourselves a drink, go back to the brain, then we'll do the lungs, and we won't lose anybody. I'm sure I won't get really complacent and then end up with my people dying. Yeah. Me? Never. I'll be right back, y'all. Drink time, and then in a little bit we will do our second giveaway. And a little bit is like, you know, hour or two, whatever. See y'all soon.
Rations wane. Replenish supplies.
Okay, I'm back. Lorvax, hi hi. How's my day? My day is going great. I look stunning. Why, thank you. See, I think it's about time we change up the wig. We've got one new one.
Forward now.
One more new one.
Into oblivion's
So-
inky embrace.
I'll do that. Oof. It is not my favorite, but I wonder how y'all will like it. It might just be I really feel weird with such light color hair. Not too different from the silver blonde, but it's yeah, straight silver. Goth vibes increasing. So I feel like it goes really well with this. Also looks good. Grand. I just feel like one of those elves somewhere. I never really took myself for
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Let's see, BH behind, maybe? Thanks for your follow and welcome. So lots of hair extra. Bendris. Hello.
Study the winding roads and routes of our kingdom.
Find any advantage.
Give me some death
A
rest.
fleeting impression. A flickering light.
To recall a thing is to make it real once more.
Hot dame. Glad you like Sarnier. You should be able to get all of the rest of the cosmetics, I think. I mean, maybe not.
Let them be properly attired for the apocalypse.
I'm attired for the apocalypse.
Tools and trappings. The regalia of a life. Variety. Superfluous for some. A necessity for others.
So are y'all having a good Sunday?
Permutations of an idea. Iterations of a soul.
My Sunday's been pretty decent so far. You have? Good. You're still dying in Rogue Legacy? Nice. Yes, but it's almost over. Ah. Fair enough. Still got a few hours for me. Greenwich meantime. Yeah, see, I really wouldn't want to be part of Greenwich time because why would you want your time to be so mean? You know? I'd rather be part of Greenwich nice time. Is there Greenwich nice time?
Once more into the maelstrom, in search of what hope yet remains.
Have I tried many of the named comps yet? When you find the right skills and rotation, it looks pretty neat. I found some on accident, but I really haven't, like, sought them out or tried them generally.
The house on the borderlands, half swallowed by the stain.
You're awake after a long nap since you played D4 too late. Killed the whole world boss with the rogue and the druid. Huge fan.
On occasion, we
Well,
relished
awesome.
firsthand
Yeah, I'm doing well. I've
experience.
heard good things about corpse explosion still being solid,
crossroads.
actually. So
We will step
that makes
forward
me
into the
happy.
light.
Since I wanted to be a necro.
Pride, more devastating than the horrors of 100 campaigns.
Necro is best. Dude, Chlorical! You're so OP.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Also, sorry. Your favorite card? Hey!
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Thank you very much for your follow, Coiling Oracle. I really appreciate it. And GG's, thanks for your follow as well. Sork and Necros will crush the early game. Hell yeah. I'm curious to see what the rest do. Just for you, Chlorical. Kabakawa's really awesome. I know this is gifts given, but you know. The vibes are still there. So my hair gets way more in my face with this one. Damn.
You came here seeking solace, but found stagnation instead.
You loved Kamigawa too? See, I've quit Magic.
Comforts are exhausted.
I quit.
Ahead,
Ooh.
only trial and tribulation.
I don't
You
remember
see?
exactly when.
Even your
Maybe
valley
around-
is not immune to the spreading
Return to Ravnica. The third one. It's a whole thing. Oh. Man-at-Arms, Hellion, Plague Doctor, And then the grave robber. So GY. Not why spectacles are. Grave robber. Neat. Glad you escaped the addiction. Yeah, it's just, you know, I got done. You know, sometimes you just get done.
Lethality writ large.
I'm trying to sell cards now, but that's mostly because I'm worried with the, with them printing certain stuff. Plus, it's just kind of dead, you know. My duels, they might increase in price still, or they could stop. I'd like to get rid of them while they're still really fucking high. Ooh, it's got a whole thing called Neon Dynasty. An artifact jellyfish that turns into a computer chip? Dude, that is wild. Did they return with Moonfolks? That's the only... Moonfolk are my favorite tribe. Whatever. Clan. Creature type. So.
The work continues.
There's a dude Moonfolk legendary creature. Great artwork, hell yeah. If you use toe-to-toe and hold the line, you could spam out,
There is so much worse in store.
Smoke bomb. Herbs. Use spam lunge. Yeah, you could probably build it like that. I don't have her set up for that, mostly because I have her as Deadeye. But this team is definitely capable.
The fire is lit. The table is set. The inn awaits its favorite guests. Experience, however painful, is the greatest teacher of all. Spend what you can.
Tick,
For wealth no
bunny,
longer has
or
meaning.
slime. I saw a
If
bunny
indeed
yesterday.
it ever did.
I was so excited. I turned on my sprinklers for like the first time this spring. And a little bunny popped out of some bushes. Little bunny. There's a little bunny, and it's super cute. And I wanted to pick it up, but I knew it could potentially cause it super duper trauma and like heart attack. Poor little bunnies. I don't know about actual heart attack, but definitely very much discomfort. So I just wanted to make sure that it didn't run into the road as I tested all the sprinklers. So I chilled by it. We tested all the sprinklers. And then looked away. Well, like, went back into a bush. It made my entire day. Bedtime. So, slime, bunny, or tick. and just want to click a button. 'Cause sometimes you just want to click a button. Okay. So, we're starting out the poll. I'll choose whatever pet y'all provide. That's how I've been doing it. Not provide, but, you know, whichever one you put. If it has a heart attack, you can stew it later? Absolutely not. I will also be voting for the bunny in hopes, because I got the bunny last time. I mean, yesterday. I saw a bunny. Baby hares and bunnies have attack instinct? Do they? I don't know nothing about that. I would be fine if a cute little bitty baby bunny attacked me. The likelihood of it having rabies is really, really low. And even if I died from babies I got from being attacked by a bunny, you know, I think that's a fine way to go out. I'll go out that way. I don't mind. Oh no, who put 20 points into tick? By the way, this is a, like many grandiose things, this is a thing you can skew by with channel points. We'll kill Gwyn. I have not experienced that. I have found 2 bunnies in my yard, and I've fallen in love with them. Both times. They are so very cute. We're about halfway over, and currently there is 1 vote for the slime, like 30 plus for the bunny, and about 60 plus for the tick. And 3 people just wanted to click a button. Hi folks that just want to click a button. I feel that. The tick gives the blood, if you care about mechanics. The tick gives blood when you kill someone, and the blood gives you increased damage, a crit, and a crit token at the expense of like a sanity, I think. The rabbit cares about having food gear and food in your inventory, food gear equipped to your cart. And the slime cares about having road gear equipped to your cart and running over stuff. Wow, that is 130 for the tick. Almost certainly we're going to go with this boy. You spent your follower points on bunny? Ayy, appreciate you. Tick it is. Sarnier made short of it. Alright, well, I'll be able to choose whatever. Oh, that would have been so good. It would have been the bunny, and then we would have gotten the food barrels. It would have been a beautiful time to try out for food. But no, I'm not actually upset.
A sound investment in roads yet untraveled. Another traveler seeks refuge.
Caranthier, thank you for your follow and welcome. How are you doing today? Gonna have a whiskey party.
A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
Meditation thingy. We're gonna have a food barrel. Do we want a food barrel? Do we care? I don't know if we care.
Each improvement, a new variable in the equation of your fate.
Hello, just chilling. Cool, cool. Wow, only 2 of you care. Them 2 are good friends now. Okie keep you in case something even worse pops up. How am I? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It was in-game stuff. You were wondering how many, why so many tick votes. I mean, I just really, really have always wanted to get Lyme disease. So like, I'm like, how many ticks should I put on my person to get Lyme? 130 sounds great.
Rain, fire, and rot. Is there no sanctuary from this madness?
136. Thanks. Thanks for being more specific.
Mud and rain, resignation and death. This land is truly barren.
We'll get some healing pots. And we'll go to the Tangle. Too surprised. The first one has a decrease to your positive quirk or positive relationship thing, and negative. It's decreased to both.
War. Rewards only.
Oh, well, we need to go to the creature
Resignation.
den. Or the lair. Oh my gosh, I want to go to the lair though. Well, we're going to the lair, y'all. Really, the first thing is lair. Hey, what's the likelihood of me not
your
being able to
coach
kill the
prepared for the
general?
upcoming
I always kill the general. Fine. And we're in area 1 where it's all got like 5 points in the first thing.
Beware what awaits you inside.
Upgrade points for my skills. When you normally only get 2. This is the brain. We only get 2 areas and then we go fight the brain.
Within every keep, a general and his loyal, lumbering guard.
Early results are encouraging. The enemy weakens and wanes.
Enemy weakens and Wayne Junes. I'm still sad that they nerfed Hellion. I know this isn't quite a shock, but she was better before the nerf.
One less obstacle in our path.
You're trying hard not to buy this game? It's really fun. You should wait for the next giveaway I do. And then if you don't get it, buy it afterwards. You fucker. We'll wait 15 days for paycheck? Reasonable. Steam needs to do creator codes for discounts. I mean, I'd like it.
A simple variable, easily resolved.
Ow!
Another impediment, cleared with impunity.
You mean how podcasts get codes for whatever gambling websites or mattress dealers? Oh, yeah, sorry. I should have promoted this way sooner. Yeah, I'm partnering with cheapmattressesplus.com. Enter code CHEAP to buy yourself a totally not used, bug-riddled, infested mattress. I know that's what I want to sleep on. No, Dames is not actually ensure quality of the mattresses. By own risk. No. I've never been asked to do anything like that. The only thing like I have that I could do were the ones that are like huge, like potentially huge amounts of money, but they're always for some product that I'm like, who is this for? Who does this? Like Raid Shadow Legends, yeah. Like, if I chose to, I could do through Stream Elements or something, one of those, and it's like, earn up to $2,300. And I'm like, I could use that money. And then it's like, for World of Tanks. I'm like, I don't know. What? No, just I feel like I just like I can't bring myself to do that. Now, granted, if I need money, you're gonna see me start doing those, and that's a bad sign. That's a warning sign right there. Dame's in dire straits. Start doing what? Like Raid Shadow Legends thingies. The crowds they attract? I mean, if you say no to raid, they lower the offer again. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what they do.
Excellent work.
When they raise the offer,
Well done. measured and steady.
Yeah, I don't think they care. Not a big surprise there with Barristan. Barry Boo. It's going crazy. Damn it.
Agony by accumulation.
This is no time to falter.
Barristan, please. Barristan don't give a fuck. He's gonna go insane whether you like it or not. And the answer is I do not like it.
A brilliant conclusion.
Nice. Since when did Paracelsus get a color palette change? What? Oh, Paracelsus. Yeah, you're right. Pair of Celsius. God damn it. She got a color palette change when I unlocked it. They actually have palette changes. To unlock.
The slow suffering begins.
They also have not only palette swaps, but item swaps too. So this is not the normal halberd. She usually doesn't have this bag for like bottles and stuff. She normally has a different hip thingy, and the dagger looks different. Barristan here has the biggest change because he's got his entire shield changes. Now I've got a like cool lion thing. Look at that. And the mace changes too. But they do some cool shit. Please die. Yay, we did it, y'all.
In this weighty gloom, a spark.
Jiff, hi, how's it going? Oh, this is the blood. Oh, it also makes you faster. I didn't remember that.
Pillaging brigands, enriching themselves as the world collapses.
Save. Boudica and Audrey still alive. I mean, yeah. I think Boudica and Para died to the lung, and now I'm having to redo them, which is not ideal. I'm trying to bring this particular team, because I think this team is good, from Act 1 to Act 5. The problems that I'm facing, you're like, oh, well, if it's taking you, you know, extra time, you know, maybe they're not so good. But the first time Audrey died to the lung because of my hubris, which is, I mean, yes, kind of true. But also, I had the Trinket Temptation, which says that your death blow resistance is a -100, and at the start of your turn, you will either gain an extra turn or take 1 damage. So she hit death blow, and then at the start of her turn, she took a damage, which, as one might expect, murdered her. So then I went back, grabbed her again, and just earlier today was like, I'm gonna go for it. Instead of finishing the boss safely, I just kind of went to kill. And then I went to fail. The original are dead. I mean, they start with the same name. They just are them. That's what happens when you give in to temptation. You're not wrong. For those of you who have played Darkest Dungeon 1 or Darkest Dungeon 2, I guess, or, do you have a favorite class, character, whatnot? And if so, who is it? And it can be definitely different from one game to the other. Flagellant life! Do you like the changes from DD1 to DD2? You're tied between Audrey and Boudica because they're hot. It's a strong choice. Sorry, let me silence my ring. You can probably hear it better than I can. I want to snooze it. Okay. Gonna be lame and say highwayman? Not lame at all. People really love him. I don't mean to say it like this, but like, I don't know why. He's like cool and all. But like, I hear, at this point it feels like a meme I didn't know about, you know? You haven't played DD2 yet, but you loved... Oh, the Flagellant. But he's OP as Hecarino. Oh, I absolutely agree. He's really, really good. I still don't quite know where to put him for this game, but I think that's just a me thing. Fun aesthetic, and you like the movement back and forth and rank and stuff? Yeah, if I don't do many movement-based teams,
A master stroke.
so maybe that's something for me. You think Bonnie is pretty hot though? Oh, you like the Frodo look, eh? Vestal in Darkest Dungeon 2, Grave Robber in Darkest Dungeon. Dude, Dez, I loved Grave Robber in Darkest Dungeon. Mostly because she was the entire reason why I could do the teams I did, since she crit so well and dodged so well. I was like, who needs the gesture when you have crit dodge the machine? Not even Tomboy, straight up Frodo. Chat's been on Bonnie being Frodo for a while now. Y'all, I didn't even start it. I promise. What do you think of the changes? You know, people have generally accepted the new version quite well. It is good. Witcher Dame? Oh, I do kind of look like a Witcher type. Hey! I'll take it. You know what I need to do with this? I need to wear this wig and then all white. And let's see if I can do it slightly. You do 2 braids like Wednesday, but then it's inverse Wednesday, which I don't know what that would be. Sunday? Monday? Tuesday? Whatever. You all get the general gist of what I'm saying. I make braiding look easy. It's not difficult when it's on just a side of your head. I cannot do French braids. I cannot do braids behind my head. I probably... Someone, I don't know, was able to, like, teach me on a mannequin or something. I could probably manage by myself, but like on someone else, but I can't. I've never learned. Can't you just flip it in front of your face? But you have all of this stuff. So like, if you flip it in front of your face, and if you braid it and then you flip it back, then it's all like you've got like a giant swath that you should have braided that's you didn't. This is a wig or dye? Oh, this is a wig. This is a wig. Morning. I feel like it's time to swap up the wigs. Anyone want to decide what I wear, or we're gonna do the wheel?
Let it die.
Do I have a favorite wig to wear? The new one, the one I was wearing at the beginning of this stream, that's a dark gray, ombre being transitioning from one color to another color. So it goes from like a black to a gray. It's really, really cute. I like it. Between that one and then the wine red, which is really cute. I think it looks good on me. And it's really lightweight. How many bits is it again?
A reminder.
Zarnier, it's that
The
many.
darkness stares back.
Thank you, Sarnier. What do you want? Ombre gray. Okay. Didn't know ombre meant that. I mean, I think I'm gonna say that. And then I'm just gonna, like, Google it just to make sure. It's gonna be completely different. Ombre. Having tones of color that shade into each other. Graduating from light to dark. I guess traditionally, but I guess my mind just goes from 1 to 1. I have, if you're curious about what all the colors are, I have exclamation point wigs for all the colors, and I have 14 wigs. So, I have a lot of options. So far we've seen the 4 new ones I've got. Since I do this on Sundays, a lot of my, why not ombre instead of ombre? Because ombre for the color changing one is French, and there's actually an accent, I don't know, grave, aigu? I don't remember which one is the one that starts low, left, and goes up to the right. But that's the one. Oof. And if you're wanting to change the color, after this one, this, I think it's a guarantee for at least 10 minutes, but typically it stays on for much longer. But there you go. Let's get all forward.
Incredible.
You like the bangs? They're cute, aren't they? Do I style them myself? Absolutely not. I buy them and then I try to keep their style. I haven't had to restyle them yet, but I don't know how to do this. My hair is just kind of a weird, fluffy, frizzy, curly, so I don't have like a way to curl hair. I know you're to like redo wigs or whatever, you gotta like dunk them in really hot water and then like do stuff to them, like set them. But Lord knows I haven't done that yet. I hopefully just won't have to. I have these wig stands. So instead of tons of mannequins staring at me, I've got these, so they're nice. They're pretty reasonable. Flat. Or they fold flat. And the Jeep. Is that real goth hair? It's probably
When
fake
deliberation
manufactured
is
goth
exhausted,
hair, if I'm being honest.
Trust your instincts.
But you know, who knows?
The unknown awaits. Be wary.
I mentioned Darkest Dungeon board game on stream before. Is there a chance that you could see it on stream? Yeah, definitely a chance. It's actually really fun to play. It takes a really long time. So probably the first thing you'd see of me doing on stream is mini painting. That tool looks like it's designed to torture. Not the pear? Oh god. Yeah, no anguish. No anguish pears in here, okay? For folks who've seen the 4 new ones, how do you like the new wigs?
A promising development. The fiend's strength dwindles.
You're a fan, you like them. This is the only good one. So you don't like the pink one, Brock, the rainbow, or the silver. This is the best one. This one's definitely up there. I think this is, I mean, I mentioned it. Which ones are new? The 4 I've worn today. I haven't actually worn any of my normal old wigs. Old wigs. You missed the silver actually? Oh.
A lesson
There was
taught
one I was wearing
is a
right before
lesson
this.
learned.
White. Silver. That was white? Well, it shows up more like silver in person. I don't know. Wigs are confusing. Wait, wigs are coloring. It's confusing. Like, so it's a gray, and then I've got like 3 different red wigs, and it's a whole thing. Like, oh, is it candy apple? Is it cherry? What about the dark one? Wine? It's so bothersome. Think more metallic when you think silver. Very reasonable.
For who knows
Very
what
fair.
lurks in the beyond.
Wig looks amazing. Thanks. I think it's really cute. I really like it. It like has good bounce to the curls and stuff. It's good. It's good movement. Don't bounce. You don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad.
Cut down these nightmares and blaze the trail to your redemption.
Did I have a dark red the other day? Look good on me. Dogs, I do. Let's see. So this is gonna mess up some stuff. Okay. Hi. You're gonna see my room a little bit. I won't really be able to tell if I'm doing the right thing. Hi. 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 And can you see the wigs? I don't know. Can you see the wigs? Maybe a little bit. There's wigs. Wigs. Lots of wigs. Yep. Lots of wicks. And boop. This camera is something I got during the holidays. It's like a gift for myself, or did I ask for it? I don't remember, but yes, I got a fancy camera because I have a. This is not my normal room. I had some water damage, and I'm still. Every like place contractor thing that I've contracted to try and like, get stuff fixed because of damage that I had, it really isn't going well. Like either the quotes I'm getting are exceptionally expensive, like 50 to 100% the
Another traveler
amount I was
seeks
given
refuge.
from my insurance company, or like I'm like, hey, you know, they say, oh, we'll come at this time, and they never show up, or they show up and they're like, I'll give you an estimate by tomorrow. 2 weeks pass by and I get an estimate, and I'm like, hey, and there's just like a number. I'm like, hey, could you like give me an itemized list of stuff? And they're like, sure.
There was only stupefying horror.
I got one yesterday,
The catatonic
or rather
lethargy that
Friday,
follows it.
from someone. I asked for a detailed, like, itemized list of things. April, like, 25th. So it's like 2 weeks, I think, maybe? You know, it's just like, I don't know, it's just March 25th, sorry, not April. It was like over a month. I was like, 2 weeks sounds actually kind of reasonable. I mean, not really, but based on what I've been dealing with, more reasonable. So I am at the point where I'm going to tomorrow contact my insurance company and just be like, hey, I can't do it. It's not working. No one, I can't find anyone who will actually do this for the price that you gave me. Could you find someone? Because that was part of their like thing. They're like, hey, we can find someone for you if you want. I'm like, no, I can do it because I'm a big grown adult and I can do things like that. And now I'm like, no, apparently it sucks. Apparently it's terrible and I hate it. So, anywho, I say all this to say, I've got a larger room, and so I wanted a camera that could track me for if I need to do things, if I want to do things like VR, or, like, I think I have a piece of, like, exercise equipment in there. I don't remember what it's called, but you do, like, leg lifts and stuff, so I'm going to do that as a, like, not a punishment, but just a reward or whatever for the thing, for like, y'all make me do exercise because I hate exercise and I don't do it and I need to do more of it. So having y'all make me do leg lifts. No, legs don't lift towards. Off the side. If people are too creepy, Brock, don't worry. I'll just do it off to the side. It's no fair. It's okay. It really didn't hurt the house too much. It's just, it ruined the entire laundry room. But I can still do laundry in the laundry room because it, it didn't actually hurt the washer dryer. The Hellions putting in work. The Hellions big. I fucking love Hellion.
Incremental. but deadly all the same.
The pipes are all working, Blues. It's not that. It's like, I don't know why it is not working for me to try to find someone who will put in the insulation, drywall, paint, and cabinets. For my insurance company was like, hey, yeah, you should be able to find someone who will fix the pipe to insulation, drywall, cabinets in the entire laundry room and the ceiling of my garage, for 10 grand. And I've had some estimates that come close to that without the cost of the cabinets. Painted? Yeah. I also have crown molding in the laundry room. Wasn't necessary? No, but they had it in there, so it should either be added back or at least added to the estimate. I don't care about there being crown molding in my damn laundry room.
The fiend's strength.
I care that they said that they could get both, that my insurance said I should be able to get both done in a very small amount of money. Based at least on what everyone has said. I don't know what's going on. But it's bothersome. Can't wait for me to get back in my proper streaming room. I can't either, because that way I liked it before, so I could, like, you know, if I had a cute outfit, I could show it off. This one's cute. And you can't even see it all.
The loathing abates.
You work for mitigation. Sometimes the estimates from the insurance adjuster don't match the reality of the situation. That's what I think happened, Manic. Like, we had, you know, mitigation team come out and demo the whole thing, and they put their little meter in all my walls, in my cabinets, and basically none of the cabinets were good. Like, the countertops of the cabinets were technically fine because they were, I don't know, some type of not porous plasticky shenanigans. I don't know. But the rest of the cabinets were too moist. Thankfully, with all the dehumidifiers and whatever, they were able to dry out all the walls, so I don't need any walls torn down. This happened on Christmas Day, which is lovely. And I
promising development.
had a wonderful time. I was out of town, and we got like a really bad feeling. I'm in Alabama, so like it doesn't really get to freezing here. Note, I did have water dripping and all that, but it just...
Another impediment. Cleared with impunity.
It wasn't good enough.
A calculated generosity. But a welcome one nonetheless.
The joys of home ownership. Yep, that's it. That's it. This is my first home too, and I bought it. I got it in October, and then Christmas that happened, and then we had tornadoes, and we had a leak, and I called just to get like one of those, like, you know, look at the roof, get a free estimate, get someone up there with a drone, and they're like, so I think the leak that you had was condensation, which is basically pretty normal. Homeowners, anyone who has things like this, does that just happen sometimes if the temperature shifts too much and then there's condensation in your central AC, central heating and air? and so it just drips sometimes, some places. Please tell me that's like not too big a deal. I haven't actually researched it. It happened like not too long ago. Tornadoes on Christmas? No, not on Christmas. It was several months later. Oh, you had a vent that did that in the bathroom? Okay. Anywho, that guy was like, oh yeah, your roof needs to be replaced. It's like, great.
The
Like
unrelenting application of violence.
There's no patches missing, so, you know, you didn't have any problems. And that was probably the other thing. But your roof looks like it's going towards the end years of its life. I'm like, fabulous. When I bought it, the person said, oh, it has half the life left, the inspector. And so now I just want to be like, Inspector, you lied. You knew not what you had brought.
The dark grows stronger.
Andres, Summer, thank you for your follow and welcome. Inspector was overly optimistic. Yep, I'm learning. I'm learning all the time. I'm learning some bad stuff too. Did I use an inspector through my realtor? No, I think I just got a realtor. Well, I didn't use the one, do that. Yeah, benefit of hindsight. If I don't live in this house till I die, the next house I get, I will definitely go about it. If the realtor says, honestly, I don't even need to, like, I don't care about what the realtor says, but what I meant is the inspector. If the inspector, whatever the inspector says about the house, I'm probably just going to go ahead and contact a roof guy, you know? Why not contact them? And then usually they'll do estimates anyways. Well
done.
I feel like I'm learning and I'm learning quickly and I don't like learning. That's why I didn't continue school. College was enough. I'm done learning. Damn it. Was anything damaged because of the water? Yeah, the pipe burst. It was, so it was going into my office, and there's a wet bar in my office. Because, of course, there is. No, we didn't put it there. It's just there. So a water pipe went up there, and it was basically uninsulated in the attic. And it got really cold. I'm in Alabama. It usually doesn't get that cold. And burst. Well, it didn't actually burst. What it did was the pipe, where the 90-degree joint is, just went. So the solder got weak or something or another. So, you just took the lowest recorded temp and found out that negative 40 Celsius is negative 40 Fahrenheit. Yep, that is where it coincides. But that area with the pipe that went like that, it was spewing water. We weren't there I wasn't at home, but I had a bad feeling, so I drove back 4 hours on Christmas morning. After I heard how cold it got up here. And found my driveway iced over from water. But all the water went into my ceiling of the garage and the ceiling of the laundry room. And luckily there is about a large step up into the kitchen in the rest of the home. So it was fine. And then there's a large step down into the garage. So all the water went into the laundry room first, then also burst into the garage, and then flowed out the garage through the garage door, under the garage door. It was not good, but way better than it could have been. The laundry room was tile. The garage was obviously concrete. Cement, I don't know the difference. I think one contains the other, but I don't know how rectangle circle type thing it goes. It's a whole shebang.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Anywho. Sorry if I'm being really boring. Just like, did I just go off on a tangent for like 30 minutes about like home shenanigans? Like, that's the riveting content people like. Conquest, hi, how's it going? Concrete is cement mixed with rocks? I'll believe it. You had to drain the entire water system every winter because the pipes once froze?
Weighty gloom,
makes sense.
Spark.
Mixed with rocks?
The loathing abates.
Good morning from Australia. Hope I'm doing well. I'm doing great.
These warm candlelit windows promise refuge.
Skeleton, thank you for that. Dad joke made you die at the final boss. Curse you. Well, you're not supposed to facepalm during a boss. Kinda delayed, but it works.
We would come here in summers of years gone to write, think, and rest.
Roxanne! You don't have to put on the red light. Oh, that was good.
Planning and mindfulness as vital to survival as sharpened steel.
Every road a winding torment. Every turn bent on our destruction. turn a little, and begin again.
Oh, y'all have some fun. Right, eat some stuff. Do another 30 minutes till you eat. Get there again? Well, just be better. Audrey and Barristan? That's what you tell me. Oh, well. Rude.
Listen, practice, improve.
We're going through the sprawl? Yeah, we are. Let's go. Respectful.
Tried
I feel like
and
this is gonna be
tested.
negative.
A bomb
No,
to be
too
counted
respectful. Hell yeah. Pecuria, at Brock. So you reading is that you tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. Just got back to do me miss anything good? No, not really. Lincoln Park. Cause in
Behold.
the end,
The great cities of man.
listen. I think I had that music video. On my on my iPod video. You never liked Linkin Park? Okay, we can work with this. Oh. What is my least favorite class in Darkest Dungeon 1? My least favorite class is either the Arbalist or the Musketeer, simply because I don't like that they're the same class cloned. You always struggle using the werewolf one. He's not very versatile. No. A-bomb was cool, but wasn't the most fun for you. So, like, most of the time when I enjoyed using A-bomb, I used him as never actually swapping forms. Unless I got, like, moved around and I just, like, had to kind of thing, you know? But I generally just tried really hard not to. You only swap forms if you needed someone to tank and had no other options. I don't know why I'm headed to this layer. I really shouldn't be. This team is not particularly good at it. But screw that noise. You know. We'll add that as part of the whole shebang. Gotta clear out the layers that you encounter. That way I don't feel bad that I just choose to clear out the layers.
Analysis is invaluable until it becomes an excuse for inaction.
Yeah. I don't need you. But yeah, I usually slotted him in with a team that wanted to do a lot of light and just tried to have him puke on things.
Remains of philosophy, reason, and insight. A breakthrough.
Nice.
Easily dispatched.
It was very easy to dispatch that. But I forgot with this head on, I need to remove Pirouette because she is never getting to slot 1 or 2. What are the abilities that shine? The abilities that shine are the improved abilities from a relationship. So for her, she and Boudica are respectful right now in this zone. So they both have a skill that got improved. So hers is glint in the dark, and because of that, it's a random effect of like what she gets, but or when you get them. This one gives Boudica extra damage. Her battlefield med for her gives Barristan dodge. Howling End gives Audrey dodge, and then Respectful gives para damage. So, all in all, just really helpful stuff. If you have a negative relationship with someone, it does the exact same thing, but you're forced to take the skill, even if it's a skill you don't actually want, and it does a negative thing instead of a buff of some sort.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
Miscalculation.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end. A trifling matter.
Advance!
The conflagration must be stopped. The librarian must be destroyed.
Gotta stop the conflagration. Do you destroy it in this one? No, it takes 2.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Let's see. It's Mafi. Thank you very much for your follow and welcome. How are you doing?
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Good to be here. Good. Nice hair. Thanks. It's fake, but it's still nice. Need to get myself another beverage. Weekday Sunday.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Crypt Hygelac? Thank you very much for your follow and welcome. What? My hair is fake? This hair is fake. I'm playing Darkest Dungeon for the first time. Or Darkest Dungeon 2 for the first time. No. I am playing through after several hundred hours.
Malaise, measured and steady.
You wonder how different it is from early launch access. You played it then, but it's had big changes. It has had huge changes. So I played it also since early access. So generally speaking, I can tell you that they've done a super huge overhaul on the relationships, and it's much better now than it was. Generally speaking, they've just really polished up a lot of things. There's been a lot of balance changes, just trying to get characters all in line. They've included pets, more trinkets, more characters since the beginning of early access. It is huge how much they've done between the start and the finish. But I mean, I'd say but I'll recommend it. It's really, really fun. And we'll do another giveaway. Let's go ahead and do open. Okay. Do I have clear? No. Next 22? Or next 22? Blues, could you check if I will hope to clear it off.
The loathing
Thank you.
whispers.
Ooh, I should check on this. New map, new armor skins, new classes. Yeah. New corpse. Just pictures. Clear now? Fabulous. So if you guys want a chance at winning Darkest Dungeon 2, the game, this thing I'm playing right now, exclamation point join. Note, if you don't get a thing from Nightbot, be patient, it's slow. I'm sorry. Next time I do a thing, I'll do a better thing.
Another traveler seeks
So
refuge.
if Nightbot doesn't at you, you haven't joined. And Nightbot is a little slower. So I'm sorry. I understand. I've done a bad job. If you don't see that at message from Nightbot adding you saying successfully joined the queue at position number blah blah blah, you haven't quite added. But I'll be drawing once I kill the brain, which this is the second zone in Act 1, which is now essentially the last zone before the brain. Still got some time. I'll be patient if anyone needs to, like, wait, obviously. All shebang. Yeah. If you can do exclamation point list, click on the list. See if you're on the list. If you're on the list, great. If you're like, do I need to do anything? Do I need to follow you? Do I need to sub to you? Do I need to donate monies? Nah, you don't even have to follow me. These were nice enough to be given to me by Red Hook, and I am very thankful for them. They just saw me playing the game and reached out to me and were like, hey, here's some codes to give to your people who watch you. And I'm like, oh my god, thank you. They also followed me, and I'm like beside myself. Note, I'm a big fan of their stuff. One might be able to tell with me, you know, having my name be Darkest Dame, that I might have had, let's go with inspiration from Darkest Dungeon. It just was like, notice me senpai, and they did, and I was happy. Blues don't put joint. Join. You know it. I think you've already probably joined.
Weaken them, that another may finish the work.
A fated outcome.
This is Indian. Yeah, 59, that was a big one, eh? Didn't know I was against weed? I'm not! Wait, Quill put the join exclamation point. You gotta do exclamation point join. I just want to make sure people know. It might not be my cup of tea, but that's a-okay. It doesn't gotta be. Just so it's shown, currently, the list of people is this. 10 folks. These 10 folks. So if you don't see your name on these 10 folks, you haven't, it didn't do. So do it again. Sorry. I'm sorry-ish. I mean, it is joining just for like a free game, so I'm only like, you know, lightly sorry. I'll do better in the future. Nightbot just needs like an extra like few seconds in between people doing it. When I started this thing up, I didn't have as many people here,
An unexpected
and it
find.
worked. Y'all, there's more of y'all than there once was. I don't know what happened. It's truly baffling. So yeah. Again, I'll be drawing for this when I kill the brain, because I feel like that's a good time. It's the same amount as ever. It is not. You know it. I know it. It's fine. Excuse you, Felix. If I'm not constantly apologizing for my own actions, am I even living? Am I calling you fat? What? No, Blues. Do I mostly play Darkest Dungeon, or do I play a variety? Overlord? What? Overlord Kane. Why are words hard right now? No, I don't actually play mostly Darkest Dungeon. I do variety. So I'm having a lovely time with Darkest Dungeon. And I'm probably taking more time than I normally would with a game.
A small foundation of trust.
You know, after I finish the story. But that's because I love this. It's so lovely. Overlawyer! The ultimate judge coming to cinemas 2025. But I play a variety of things. So before this, I was on the newest Star Wars games, and before that, I was on Redfall. Before that, I played a lot of new games recently, but I also go for not the newest shenanigans. Like I got my partnership because I was doing Doom Eternal, and the Wolfenstein games, which was awesome. But in least recent things, I've done like Enter the Gungeon, sorry, Dark Souls 3, Dead Island, Last of Us, Evil West, Sons of the Forest, Evil Within. You liked Half-Life 2? Yeah, did that. I more or less get suggestions from people like you, specifically you. You know I'm talking to you.
In this world,
and
wealth is worthless without purpose.
I put it on my list, and I look at things, and I decide what I want to play based on list, if it's on sale, if it's availability, if I'm just like, oh, you know what, this feels like the type of game I want to play right now. That kind of thing. Plague Tale? Yep, I've done Plague Tale and Plague Tale Requiem. I did Plague Tale before Plague Tale Requiem came out, and I finished them just in time, so it could get. Which was words. I promise those were words I spoke. A lot of Borderlands 3. When I first started playing, I played a lot of Borderlands 3. Absolutely massive amounts. Yeah, that's Rat Boy and Sling Lass. Now I hate Borderlands. I don't hate Borderlands. I just didn't particularly care for Wonderlands. Wonderlands Redux is on my list. I'm willing to give it some more hours. But I played Wonderlands like 40 hours, and I played Borderlands 3 like 1,800 hours. I think it's safe to say I was not enthused. Redux is good? Good.
An impressive haul. Put it to good use.
Gearbox needs to hire these folks. If they're willing.
A simple choice. At least it should be. Vermin hide by the roadside, waiting in ambush for unwary travelers.
Wonderlands has fun elements, but aside from those, they're pretty lackluster. You googled Necros in D4. Good to have representation. What? Are you talking about undead? Because they look really skeletal?
The loathing whispers.
I'm planning on playing a Necro in D4.
Our protection has been stripped to its last.
So it was funny when I played my Necro, I like changed the hairstyle, and the hairstyle for Necros is like the base one. It's like they didn't have like any hair on like one side of their face, and when I made mine, I chose a hairstyle that like basically didn't put hair on the other side of their face. So in every cutscene, but it like shloofed on one, you know, whatever. But every cutscene, my character would just be like nothing but a sloth of hair, talking or whatever, because they programmed everything to be the base hairstyle, where it was just like where it wasn't on the opposite side, and I just completely dodged it. So I can see most of what was going on. I thought that was funny. You're gonna play a rogue or sork to level with your bro, and necro for soloing. Yeah, I'm happy. I had heard that they really hurt the abilities for necro.
Your collection can wait. Press onward.
So I was worried that
the tangled trails.
I was worried that
whisper of torment.
that it wouldn't be any good. But I've heard from this last one. I haven't been able to play, but I've heard from the last server slam that it really wasn't too bad. Still very viable. You think a rebalance in the works for Necro? They nerfed too hard. Oh, did they? Bone Spirit's good. They buffed them back. Oh, good. So I'll say, because I heard that they nerfed too much, and that before the slam, I heard that they nerfed them too much, and that the bone like that your summons weren't worth anything, and that the corpse explosion got nerfed into the ground. But from what I heard out of this past server slam is that actually no, not that bad. We're not as good as it was, but it was really, really good. So, you know. It's kind of busted. Dude, that's what I want. I want it to be busted. But I think that's probably the problem, you know? But hopefully, like, I don't know what, like, the end skills will be. So, you know, it very well might be that, there might be something that helps buff harder.
The loathing festers. She
You got a bone
for the
spear
fallen,
legend.
and knows she'll join them soon enough.
Okay. Good to know, Felix. Whenever D4 drops, I'll be on it.
We must
I think they added
what
this
is
at the
best
end,
in us.
and by that I mean I remember trying to do this at one point, but getting rid of a positive quirk. And this is something I probably should have been doing for the last bit, was trying to get rid of negative quirks and getting positive quirks for these characters, because when you use them from one act to another, they will keep their quirks. 18 days till D4. God damn. That's pretty good.
Strength comes in many forms. The odds of illness are high. Best to be prepared.
Late game's weapons had a massive boost to Bone Spear. Gotcha. I wasn't using Bone Spear at all.
The loathing howls.
I liked Corpse Explosion. Although I don't remember what my first skill was. I think it was like the Reapy one. But I don't remember. I only participated in the first open beta. Or the one where you could buy a chicken sandwich to get in. I bought a KFC Double Down. And damn it, I had a good time. Ah, beautiful.
The unrelenting application of violence yields morbid gains.
Did I see they were going to do more with KFC? I heard it, but I didn't actually see what it was going to be. Well.
One less
Corpse explosion didn't seem like it would be feasible during bosses.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled
Boudica
power.
casually chopping the cultist guy in half. Oh, I do want to mention, if you haven't already done, exclamation point join to join in the thing, the me giving game away thing, you know. Beep, hi, this game, by the way,
A fortifying meal,
on Steam.
a strong drink,
I got an extra Steam key
and finally,
for
rest.
one of y'all glorious, beautiful individuals. And if you don't get an @ back from Nightbot, then it didn't work right.
The familiar hearth crackles invitingly once again.
You're thinking about going, buying 100 sandwiches, take them to a shelter, and then selling the codes on eBay? Sounds about right. U18's good. J. Graham, you probably need to try that again. Let's see, list. There's a list if you're curious, if you've made it onto the list. There you go. These are the people who I've got on the list so far. If you don't see your name on there, then you haven't joined. So you'll want to do that. When I kill the brain, we'll do the drawing, but be patient. I have patience. You have patience. We all have patience. We're all doctors. Or something. I don't know. God, that's right. Oh, I know. I know. But thankfully I already have a giant ray of sun pointed at me. But thankfully this time it's LED. I got better... I don't want that one.
The next stop is leagues away. Plan accordingly.
I think it's about time I changed my wig too. Purple, blue, orange, pink. Blonde. Ginger. I'm gonna redo the list. So we have wine red. Cherry red. Ginger red. Then we have blondes, whites, rainbow, ombre, gray, ombre, pink, teal, black, orange, blue, purple? God damn. Oh, we're spinning already. Spinning before I thought. Really? Okay. We're gonna go black. Um. Ooh. Use that. I have to separate them all out. Thankfully, the Wheel of Names remembers my stuff because cookies. So it won't be difficult. But I'm gonna get myself a drink. I'm gonna change up my wig. I'll be back shortly with a drink and a new wig and stuff. So, y'all chillax. I'll be right back.
Rations wane. Replenish supplies.
Sorry, one sec. It's got these little hook things. I don't really know what they do. Oh, they just keep the wood more attached to your head. I know what they do, but... Okay. This one feels like the least like it's on. This is probably going to be the first one I actually, like, redo. To try and keep the braids good. Normal hair, y'all. Very Wednesday. It is literally marketed for Wednesday. Okay. It's Sunday, not Wednesday. Oh yeah. See, I needed a black wig, cause I know some folks prefer me with my natural dark hair, but I don't want to take off the wig cap and undo my hair and then have to redo it if someone chooses a different wig thing. So, getting just an extra wig like this seemed like the best.
Spend what you can.
Rasta, hi.
Or wealth no longer has meaning. If indeed it ever did. Something to ease the rigors of the road.
I'll say, if you don't find yourself on exclamation point list and you want to join, please make sure you do that.
One learns quickly when survival demands it.
Do that one as melee, so she'll actually have a melee attack. That's actually smart. Good job, me. You need something else to help you procrastinate from doing your classes? Hey, there you go. I mean, you shouldn't do that. Procrastination is very bad. Which it is. But I do it all the time.
Reconfigure. Meet each challenge on its own terms. Good. An improvement.
Just grab some
A bit of comfort on the road to damnation.
extra shit. Damn it. Fucking pacifists.
Repaired and refurbished. Ready for the
Off
leads
once
ahead.
more. Again, once we kill the brain, we'll do the drawing, so exclamation point join if you are wanting
Tried
to
and tested. A bond to be counted on.
potentially win this. And after, just a forewarning, but after I finish out the brain, I will have to be leaving.
At last, the great cigarette. Temple of failure and regret.
I don't know if any of y'all have this, but should pause. Wait. I don't know if any of y'all have this, but my spouse frequently gets what we call get there-itis or get done-itis.
The contract
Ooh,
is
Mirador, thank
struck.
you very much for your 2 gift subs. I really approve. Bijux and Tetrabit. I hope you enjoy. Do you have a color you want? Exclamation
The
point
contract
waits to
is
figure
struck.
out what all the colors I have, because I got a lot of them. Thank you so very much. They're currently pouring. They're about to. They're setting up all
Fuel
of
for the fire.
the wood, and they're putting in gravel. And I didn't expect them to do this today, but they decided to pour the concrete for a thing. So, I want to help them with that because I don't think one person should be, doing all this. You want the wine red? Can do. Well, the other, I'm just up here chillaxing, playing games, working. But I'd feel better if, and like everything would be safer if they weren't, doing it all alone. How's my day? My day has been fabulous. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? Oh, where is this? There it is. Bangs are hard. I got bangs a while ago, and then I decided bangs are difficult, and then I didn't get bangs again. The end. How many subs just to play with the hairnet on? No, I'm too self-conscious. I mean, if you send an absolutely ridiculous amount that I think about it, but I'm not setting an amount. Slave Zero, hi, honey. Chill day, can't complain. Well, thank you so very much for the 2 gift subs. I really appreciate it, man. And join while you can. If you want to win a key for this.
Reality
You finally tried
comes
D4.
asunder before our eyes.
2 hours today before it closed off. How'd you like? You like it, you're gonna buy it, but only the regular edition.
The mind's grasp grows tenuous.
No sense in buying anything like that unless you want the cosmetics. Very reasonable. Rambling Rye, hello. When Tom Hanks writes his memoir, it should be called T. Hanks for the Memories.
The enemy weakens and wanes.
Wow.
Measure out your violence and apply it judiciously.
That's terrible. That was the worst. Delightfully horrid, as I like to think of it. The Ultimate Edition doesn't give you the access to the future DLCs or expansions for free. Oh, that's like typically how that works for most. Well, I don't know about most games, but you know, when you think about, I think it's most. I don't know. Either way. Usually when you buy those damn things, they at least guarantee like year one.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Malaise, measured and steady.
You got a meme for Brock?
Persistence will overcome even the greatest of threats. In this weighty gloom, a spark.
Probably only get the cosmetics for stuff. Just a little.
The colliginous cathedral. Malign temple of the Iron Crown.
Let's go kill the chain thing. The shackles must be defeated.
Pity the great denier, chained by its own command. A slow suffering begins.
Damn paralyzing fear. Oh shit, I did a bad thing. Forgot to give this, remove this person from having lunge. Audrey still has lunge. I think. But I removed the general's head that locked all my people in place. But I think it should be fine.
Early results are encouraging. A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Moving. I've done so many bad things. Okay. Our heroes are getting brained. Isn't that a thing? Like a thing? So I'll say the standard edition's like 70 USD. You see that? You think so? You're tired.
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Creekadin, thanks for your follow and welcome. How are you doing?
Hold fast. For who knows
You'll pay
what lurks
double because
in
you're a
the beyond.
fanboy. Quill, did I ever show, do this. Did I ever show, is it a shadow box? I think that's what they're called. Of Diablo?
Excellent work.
You don't think so? I'll grab it right quick. Boop. Beep. It's one of these like diorama type things. I got it for my spouse because I like Diablo too. Yeah, So it was neat. It's a little, like, a little worse quality than I thought it was gonna be, but I still liked it. I still like it. Yeah, it was really neat. I got it off of Etsy.
Shadows move. The dark
Forgot my camera was
grows
mirrored.
stronger.
Yeah. I don't even look like this in real life. Woo! What's that? Okay. Goddard, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. They like Diablo 2 or Diablo 2? They love Diablo in general as much more than I do. And their favorite is Diablo 2. So I like Diablo as well.
An interminable conflict.
Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we're at the end. If anyone hasn't joined yet, now is the time.
The cancerous corruption.
Because I'll give you another minute, 60-second type thing to do join. And then we'll draw for our second winner. To join what? To win a copy of Darkest Dungeon. Exclamation point join to join.
A fated outcome.
And Korea Bahamut, I don't think it did it. These are the names. Dun dun dun. You don't see it. Dun dun dun. I know, it's blindingly wet. I'm so sorry. Or are you talking about the screen, not my skin? Okay. Boop. The light hurts. I'm sorry. As you can see by my dark mode, I am also, you know, dark mode. Alright, so we got 1 through 26. Hey, good luck, y'all. 21. Nexus. You hear? I need you to type a thing. Type a emote. Type a yay. Rigged. Rigged. It's always rigged. But Nexus, I'm gonna need you to say something so I know you're here. Give you another, 20 seconds or so. Nexus. The sussus neck. Oh, that sounds weird. Another 10 seconds. No. He ain't here. Re-roll then. Okay. Another chance to win.
Victory!
10. Address Summer. Are you here? Andrus? Summer? Here. Hey! Congratulations! Everybody, round of applause. Good job. Okay, just first time winning something? Okay, so I just sent you something that just said test. That is me, just so I can make sure I have you to like send you the thing after the stream. Thanks for the congrats, everybody. Yep. So I want to thank you guys so very much for coming out and hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Very much so. So, as far as it goes, I will be, you can finally enjoy being tortured by a pair of lungs. It's what everyone wanted.
The contract is struck.
Anonymous, thank you so very much for gifting a sub over to Andrus. I hope you enjoy. Again, a big ol' thanks to Red Hook. They were nice enough to send those codes over to me on my gram after they saw me playing. I really appreciate you guys coming out here and hanging out with me. It has been
Deceived.
a delightful time. I do need to go so I can help. I can help my spouse, which I know is unfortunate, but you know,
Ew.
good
Disgusting.
partnership and all that. So if you would please join me for a raid, I really would appreciate that.
Ooh.
I will be back on Wednesday, 8 a.m. Central Time. I may be back with more Darkest Dungeon, or I may go on to something else. I'm not quite sure what my plans are at the moment. If
Inadequate.
you know,
As
you're just in it for
expected.
the Darkest Dungeon, then I hope to see you around some other time, some other place. And if you're here for whatever I'm gonna randomly start to play, I'll see you on Wednesday. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll be seeing you around. Bye.